Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, street bike. Street bike competitors, I need you in lane 6, please. Second call, street bike to lane 6, please. Street bike, lane 6. Second call, quick 16. Need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Second call, quick 16. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need street bike. Lane 6, please. Street bikes. Lane 6, please. Quick 16. Lane 7 and 8, please. Quick 16. Staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Last call, street bike, lane 6, please. Last call, street bike, lane 6, please. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Last call. Quick 16 competitors. Need you down in lanes 7 and 8, please. Last call, quick 16 competitors. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Attention in the pits! Attention in the pits! First call, sportsmen, to lanes 2 and 3, please. Can we please get our sportsman competitors to make their way down to lanes 2 and 3, please? Next up on track, we have our street bike category coming in for qualifier. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Sportsmen, second call. We need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsmen competitors to lanes 2 and 3. Second call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call. Sportsmen, need you down in lanes 2 and 3. If you have not made your way over, we need you now. Sportsmen competitors to lanes 2 and 3. High School and Junior Street, you are in the hole. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are in trophy class, we need you in lanes 2 and 3 as well. Any trophy class competitors, we will take you now in lanes 2 and 3, please. Next up on track will be our first round qualifier for Quick 16. First pair up in Quick 16. Brian Yeomans on the left-hand side of Marshall, Wisconsin. On the right-hand side, Brad Thompson out of Merritt Island, Florida. Right-hand side, Brad Thompson goes 7.65. And sitting second right now, Brian Yeomans, 8.12, the qualifier. Next up, left-hand side, Tyler Stitch out of Fruitland, Iowa. And the right-hand side, Zach Mortensen out of Letts, Iowa. And it's Tyler Stick, my bad. That is the first one to dive under 7, goes 6.91. Sitting first, Tyler goes 7.92 in third now. Next pair, Dustin Meier, left-hand side out of Walford, Iowa. And the right-hand side out of Cedar Rapids, Bill Black. Bill Black goes 7.09, good enough for second right now. Dustin Myers comes in 6.898. Attention to the pits, trophy class. Trophy class, last call. We need you down in lanes 2 and 3, please. 2 and 3. First call, high school. Need you down in lanes 2 and 3. High school, need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. First call. Also, first call, Junior Street. Junior Street, we'll take you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, 4 and 5. That's trophy to 2 and 3. High school, 2 and 3. Junior Street, 4 and 5. Left-hand side, Kevin Hack out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Right-hand side, Cale Davis out of New Boston, Illinois. And that 98 Mustang. Kevin goes third, 712. Kevin goes 769. Fifth right now. Next up, left-hand side, Zach Miller out of Independence, Iowa. Right-hand side, out of Dundee, Iowa, Al Grimm. Al Grimm goes 754 with a 6 for fourth, and Zach goes 754 with a 7 for fifth. Zach Mortensen still sitting P1, 691. Second call, high school, lanes 2 and 3. Second call, high school competitors, need you in lanes 2 and 3. Also, second call, Junior Street. Need you in 4 and 5. Junior Street, 4 and 5. Left-hand side, Zach Halverson out of Earlville. And right-hand side, Paige Davis out of New Boston, Illinois. Nice run there by Zach Halverson. Goes 725. Good enough for fourth. Page 773. Good enough for ninth. Zach Mortensen still leading the charge. Next pair, Mike Meier, left-hand side out of Walford, Iowa. And that's 68 Chevelle. And on the right-hand side, Milch Melcher out of Hopkinton, Iowa. Mitch Belcher, 727, good enough for fifth. Mike Meier, 1021, 14th right now. Tested here. This is not part of the quick 16 class, but he is running the same tree for some testing. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call, high school for lanes 2 and 3. High school, Lanes 2 and 3. Also, last call for Junior Street into lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street into lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, you are in the hole. Sportsman cars now entering the water box for their one and only qualifier for this beautiful Sunday. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call. Super Pro. We need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro competitors. First call to lanes 7 and 8. No E open bike. You are in the hole. Attention in the pits! Attention in the pits! Second call, Super Pro competitors. We need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro competitors, we need you to come around to lanes 7 and 8, please. Second call. No E open bike. You're in the hole. Next up in the water box is our high school division. Also, attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, Super Pro. Need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Last call for Super Pro. Also, first call, no E open bike. We'll take you in lane 6, please. No E open bike. First call, lane 6, please. Junior dragsters, you are in the hole. Junior street competitors on track now. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, no E open bike. We need you in lane 6, please. Second call, no E open bike, lane 6. Also, first call, Junior Dragster. I'll take you in lane 1, please. Junior Dragsters, can we get you down in lane 1, please? First call. Test and tune. All right, before we pull Super Pro on the track, we're going to take just a few minutes here quick and do a little bit of housekeeping on the track. Get it back, ready to go for you. Also, final call, no E, open bike, final call, needs you in lane 6, please. Second call, junior dragsters. We need you in lane 1, please. Junior dragster, lane 1. Super Pro on track now. Last call for Junior Dragster, lane 1. Last call, Junior Dragster, lane 1, please. All right. Alex saw something down track that he wanted to go take a look at quick. It looks like whatever he saw, it was good to him. We are firing him back up. Gonna get back to Super Pro. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. It's starting to warm up out there, and we are well aware. So the boys over at Fangmann Performance and Repair are grabbing some water and are going to get it set up in the staging lanes for you guys to enjoy. Stay hydrated, stay cool, seek shelter when you need to, take breaks out of the sun. Let's have a great and safe day today. Next up on track is our junior dragsters coming in for the one round of qualifiers. Also, Fangmann Performance and Repair has provided water in the staging lanes. There is water in the staging lanes to help cool you off, courtesy of Fangmann Performance and Repair. Now, time for junior dragsters. All right, Tri-State Raceway. That is our last junior down the track. We are going to take a short break here, let our track staff get a little bit of hydration and do a little bit of track maintenance here, and then we will come back for first round of eliminations. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call for round one eliminations. Pro ET. We will take you now in lanes 4 and 5. First call, round one elimination. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro ET, round one. Need you in lanes 4 and 5. Second call. Pro ET needs you down in lanes 4 and 5. Street Bike, you are in the hole. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you are able, would you please rise and remove your head covering for the playing of our national anthem? Thank you to all that have served and who continue to serve. Now, let's go racing. Last call, Super Pro, lanes 4 and 5. Sorry, Pro, my bad. Pro ET, I need you in lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Street Bike, you are in the hole. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street Bike. First call, lane number 6, please. Street Bike competitors, we need you down in lane number 6, please. Also, quick 16 competitors, second round of qualifying, we need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16 competitors, second round qualifier, into lanes 7 and 8, please. Street Bike, lane 6, please. First pair up in Pro ET. Dan Steffens, left-hand side out of Sherrill, Iowa, dialed in 897 on this gorgeous Sunday. Right-hand side, Steve Roars, 1062 in that 82 Camaro. Winner, left-hand side, Dan Steffen, 23 on the tree, 5,000's over. Unfortunately, Steve in the right lane did break out. Moving on, Dan Steffens. Next pick there, left side, Andrew Spahn, 1186 in that 1978 Nova. And in the right way, trailer right lane, Sly Rectorman, 911 out of Coggin in that Mustang. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Street bike. Second call. Needs you into lane number 6. Street bike. Second call into lane number 6. Also, quick 616. Second qualifier. Needs you into lanes 7 and 8. Second call for quick 16. Needs you in 7 and 8, please. Left-hand side, Andrew Saw, 18 on the tree, 7 thousandths above on the big end. Moving on in that Nova, Andrew Spawn. Next pair, Kevin Hack, left-hand side, across Plains, Wisconsin, 1035 the dial in the Camaro. Right-hand side, Frank Rechterman, his Mustang, 994. Winner, left-hand side, Kevin Hack, 30 on the tree, goes 13 above. Winner, moving on, Kevin Hack. Next pair, in the quick performance, left-hand lane, out of Postville, Bruce Stockman, 1071 the dial in that 55 Chevy. Right-hand side, that RX-7, Coley Novak, 1011 the dial in out of Atkins. Right-hand side, Coley Novak of that RX-7 goes 68 on the tree, 6 above on the big end. Moving on, Coley Novak. Next pair, Steve Pifkin, left-hand side in that Daytona, 1078 the dial. Right-hand side, dialed 1040. Jim Laughlin pulls his 78 Chevy in. Winner, left-hand side, Steve Pifkin, 47 on the tree, 2,000s above on the big end. Fortunately for Jim on the right-hand side, he did break out. Steve Pifkin, moving on. Ryan Seifert, 1038 out of Oregon, Wisconsin in that Camaro. Right-hand side, that 64 Corvette, Mark Rosenbaum, 933 the dial, also out of Wisconsin. That was decided right at the tree, left-hand side. Moving on, Ryan Seifert, green 111 beats a red 3. Left-hand side, moving on. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, street bike to lane 6, please. Last call, street bike, lane 6, please. Also, quick 16, last call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, last call to lanes 7 and 8. Sportsman, you are in the hole. Left-hand side, Jacob Shepard dialed in 1083. Right-hand side, Valerie Chitty, 1047 in that Camaro. Winner, left-hand side, Jacob Shepard, 29 on the tree. Goes 2 above on the big end. Unfortunately, Valerie broke out. Jacob Shepard, moving on. Left-hand side, Charles Sullivan. Right-hand side, Mike Wymore. Mike Wymore going to take that one. Both red lit, but a red 11 beats a red 408. Mike Wymore, move on. Bob Dish pulls in the left lane, that's 71 Vega. 1062 is the dial. Zach Halverson out of Irville brings his 92 Camaro in 973. Attention the pits, attention the pits. First call, Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. Winner, right-hand side, Zach Halverson getting it done. 36 on the tree. Goes 6 above on the big end. Zach and that Camaro moving on to the next round. Next up, Tim Cania, 945 the dial out of East Dubuque, Illinois, and that 65 Chevy. Right-hand side in that 1970 Dart, Austin Riddenauer, 1020 the dial out of Manchester. Winner, left-hand side, Tim Cania, 18 on the tree, hits that dial in dead on. Moving on, Tim Cania. Next up, left-hand side, Bill Cox, 927 the dial out of Mabel, Minnesota. And the right-hand side, Jeff Freeman Sr., 1002 out of Cologne, Illinois. Bill Cox started off the day just like he ended the day yesterday, winning rounds. Wins this one right out the tree. Green 44 beats a red 9. Bill Cox moving on. Attention the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman class. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Second call. Sportsman, we need you in 2 and 3. Next pair, left-hand side, Jason Kaiser, 1097 out of Mount Vernon, Iowa, in the Trans Am. In that 67 Barracuda on the right-hand side, Bob Riddenauer, 1021 the dial in out of Manchester. Winner, left-hand side, Jason Kaiser wins it at the tree. 11 goes 8 above on the big end. Moving on to that Trans Am, Jason Kaiser. Last up here in Pro ET on the bike, Greg Troger, 1146 out of Urbana. Next up on track is our street bike division. This is round number 1. Left-hand side, Matt Vaughn, 1247 the dial on that 2010 Harley Davidson. On the right-hand side, also on a 2010 Harley, Stan Sleever, 1058 the dial over there. Not getting it done right on that starting line. Green 35 beats a red 107. Left-hand side, any quick performance, left lane, Matt Vaughn, moving on. Next up, left-hand side, Todd Tiedrick, $9.28 the dial out of La Crosse, Wisconsin on his 2003 Suzuki versus Randy Sarnicki, $11.70 out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin on his 2006 Harley. On the right-hand side, Randy Sarnicki gets her done. 37 on the tree. Unfortunately, they both broke out, but Randy by a little less. Moving on, Randy Sarnicki. Next up, left-hand side, Ron Legui, $11.97 the dial in at 91 Sports Auto, Wisconsin against Steve Coronado, $11.85. Winner, left-hand side. Ron's getting it done. 90 on the tree. Something happened over to Steve on the right-hand side. Just coasted it through the beams at the end. Moving on, left-hand side. Last call in the pits. Last call, Sportsman. Need you down in lanes 2 or 3. Sportsman, last call. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Next up, Alec Zoller, left-hand side. Out of Monster, Wisconsin, $12.75 the dial. Right-hand side, Eric Arnson, $11.17 the dial on his 2000 Harley. Next pair, left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, $9.10 the dial out of La Crosse, Wisconsin on that 2008 Suzuki. And the right-hand side on that 2002 Harley, Craig Zoller out of Monster, Wisconsin. $11.43 the dial there. Winner, left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 66 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end. Moving on, Dylan Tiedrick. Last pair up here in Street Bike. Left-hand side, Sean Bellick from Lavelle, Wisconsin, $11.70 the dial. Right-hand side, John M. on a 96 Suzuki, Gutenberg, Iowa. Can John be the only one from Iowa in this division today? Winner, left-hand side, Sean Bellick out of Lavelle, Wisconsin, goes 36 on the tree. Goes 28 above on the big end. Winner, and moving on, Sean Bellick. Next on track is our second round qualifier for our Quick 16 competitors. Left-hand side, Tyler Stick out of Fruitland, Iowa. 11 qualifiers so far from the first round. On the right-hand side, Zach Miller, the 7 qualifier out of Independence, Iowa. See if they can improve their times. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need high school. High school first call to lanes 2 and 3. High school first call lanes 2 and 3. Junior Street, you are in the hole. Tyler Stick moves to the 6th position with a 748. Zach Miller to the 8th position, 754. Next pair, left-hand side, Mike Chitty. That 67 Camaro, right-hand side, David Primrose from Cedar Rapids and 06 Suzuki. Mike Chitty comes in 6th with a 740 with a 1. And David Primrose 14, 843 with a 1. Next pair, left-hand side, Bill Black out of Cedar Rapids. And the right-hand side, Mike Meier out of Walford, Iowa. And that's 68 Chevelle. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, high school to lanes 2 and 3. Second call, high school, lanes 2 and 3, please. Bill Black goes 709. Number 2 caller for right now. Mike Myers, 949, sitting in the 16th spot. Left-hand side, Cale Davis out of New Boston, Illinois. Right side, Mitch Melcher out of Hopkinton, Iowa. Mitch Melcher goes 723 for the 4th spot, and Cale Davis 769 for the number 11 spot. Next up, on the left-hand side out of Walford, Iowa, Dustin Meier. First call, Junior Street. Junior Street. First call, we need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5. Dustin Meier, 895. Good enough for the 15th spot right now. Also, last call, high school. Last call for high school. We need you down in lanes 2 and 3, please. 2 and 3 for high school. Last call. Paige Davis out of New Boston pulls the dragster in the left-hand side. Page ends up in the 12th spot. Next up, Al Graham out of Dundee came in as in the A spot. Ran a 7:54 last time. Al is going to stay in that 8 spot with that 7:54 from the first round. Next up, Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin. 13th after the first round with an 8:12. See what we can do here. And that green dragster. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call. Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street. Second call to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, you are in the hole. Super Pro in the hole. Brian stays on that 13 line with that 8:12. Your number 1 qualifier, Zach Mortensen, 691. Number 2, Bill Black, 709. And then Calvin Hack in number 3, 712. Next up, we've got Sportsman Class pulling into the water box now. High school, if you are not in lanes 2 or 3, you need to be there immediately. High school 2 and 3. Junior Street, we need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street 4 and 5. And then Super Pro, you are in the hole. Left-hand side, Andrew Spawn, 1186 the dial, 1978 Nova. And the right-hand side, in that black 86 Mustang, AIB Steffens. Winner, right-hand side, Abby Steffens, 71 on the tree. Goes 4 above on the big end out of Durango, Iowa, taking that Mustang on to the second round. Abby Steffens. Next pair. Dave Benson, left-hand side, in that 66 Corvette out of Clare, Iowa, 1238 the dial. In that silver 2011 Camaro out of Marion, Tim Earl, 1254 the dial. Winner, right-hand side, Tim Earl. Both sides broke out, but Tim getting it done. That silver Camaro, moving on to round number 2. Next pair, Corey Hansen, left-hand side, 1281 the dial in that 79 Chevy. And that 79 Omni, Stan is dialed in 1766. Winner, left-hand side, Corey Hansen. Both broke out. Corey moving on with a 16 on that tree, taking that 7970 on to round number 2. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Last call, Junior Street. We need you in lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street, lanes 4 and 5, please. Sky bordering thing, 1420. The left-hand side in that 2000 Mustang. Right-hand side, Dylan Pipkin, 1497 in his Mustang. Winner, left-hand side, Sky getting it done again. Double breakout, but 31 on the tree. Moving on, Sky, Borsting. Next pair, Michelle Stepanek, 1230 dial in. Had a Vinton in that red 85 Camaro. And the right-hand side, and that white $69 Shelly Klein. Winner, right-hand side, Shelly Klein, again, double breakout. But 147 on the tree for Shelly is enough to get it done out of Durango, Iowa, taking that dart on to the next round. Shelly Klein. Right-hand side, Don Paisley getting that done against Sherry Coleman on the left-hand side. Don goes 184 on the tree. Goes 6 above on the big end for the win, Don Paisley. Next pair, Jim M, 1219 the dial out of Gunberg, Iowa, in that black Challenger. Right-hand side, Carolyn Coleman in that silver Mustang, dials it in 1442. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. A friendly reminder. Please do not remove any safety equipment, including helmets or gloves, and do not roll down your windows until you exit the track. Do not remove any safety materials, and do not roll down your windows until you have taken the exit lane off of the track. Thank you. Getting it done on the right-hand side, Carolyn Coleman takes home the win. 300 on the tree. Goes 2 above for the win. Moving on to that Mustang, Carolyn Coleman. Jeremy Murphy pulls in the left-hand side in that 26 Camry. 1562 the dial out of Dubuque. And Dan Balk, 1302 out of Waterloo, Iowa. Winner, right-hand side, Dan Balk getting it done, 83 on the tree. Goes 1 above on the big end for the win, Dan Balk. Next up here in Sportsman, Emily Vargason, 1403 the dial, in that 92 Mustang out of Fort Atkinson, Iowa. Andrew Quinn pulls in that flat black 87 Corvette, 1450 the dial. Winner, right-hand side, Andrew Quinn getting it done. 28 on the tree, goes 2 above on the big end. Fortunately, on the left-hand side, Emily did break out. Andrew Quinn moving on. Attention to pits. Attention in the pits. First call, Super Pro. First call, Super Pro. I need you down in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, can I get you down to 7 and 8, please? Next up, Owen Higman, 1365 at a Calmer in the left-hand side in that Mustang. On the right-hand side in the Camaro out of Shellsburg, Iowa, Rick Coleman, 1224, both away clean. Winner, left-hand side, Owen Hagman, 23 on the tree, goes 5 above on the big end for the win in that Mustang, Owen Hagman. Now up in Sportsman, Corey Miller, 1212 the dial, and that 85 Mustang. Right-hand side, and that black Challenger, Brad Thompson at a Marion, 1260 the dial. Winner, left-hand side, Corey Miller, 72 on the tree. Goes 9 above on the big end. Corey Miller moving on to round number 2. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, Super Pro. Into lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, we need you down in lanes 7 and 8. No E, open bike. You are in the hole. No E, open bike in the hole. Dave Klein, that GTX, left-hand side, dials at 1185 out of Durango, Iowa. 004 on that tree. Beautiful reaction time. What's he going to do on the back end? 8 thousandths over on the dial. Nice run, Dave. Moving on to round number 2. High school class now takes the track. We've got Parker Niles, 1655, the dial in at Dodgeville, Wisconsin, and that 2016 White Explorer. Right-hand side, Sam Freeman out of Davenport, dials it in 1447. High school class kicking off now. First round eliminations. Sam Freeman on the right-hand side, gonna get it done. Green, 98 on the tree, beats a red, 66. Sam Freeman, moving on, round number 2. Andrew Spawn, left-hand side, comes in at 1183 out of Piasta, Iowa. And that Novak right-hand side, Leighton Hack, and that black Mustang dials it in 14 flat out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Winner, left-hand side, Andrew Spawn, 191 on the tree. Go 6 above on the big end for the win, Andrew Spawn. Next pair here in high school, left-hand side. Oh, sorry, my bad. First pair, Junior Street. Melanie Castle out of North Liberty, Iowa, 1080 dial. In that 2014 red Dodge. Right-hand side, Lindsay Hansen. In that 2019 Chevy, 101021. Winner, left-hand side, Melanie Castle. 31 on the tree, 2 above on the big end. Unfortunately, Lindsay did break out. Melanie Castle, moving on. Benji Freeman, a Bart out of Davenport, Iowa, 1110. Little Italian stallion on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, Sophia Browning out of Winfield, Iowa. In that 2007 Honda, 1150 the dial in. Winner, left-hand side, Benji Freeman, 172 on the tree. Goes 31 above on the big end. For the win, Benji Freeman. Piper Kaiser, 1179 the dial in out of Mount Vernon, Iowa. And the Honda CR-V on the left-hand side. And Grace Doty, 996 on the Sorrento on the right-hand side. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro to lanes 7 and 8. Final call, Super Pro. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, no E, open bike. I'll take you in lane 6, please. No E, open bike. Come on down lane number 6, please. Junior Dragster in the hole. Cooper Hogan, left-hand side, 1068 the dial in that Dodge Ram. Lily Hansen, that 76 of it, dials it in, 980 out of Wisconsin. Winner, left-hand side, Cooper Hogan, 88 on the tree. 3 above on the big end. Cooper Hogan, moving on. All right, Tri-State Raceway. As always, before we jump into Super Pro, we are going to take just a couple of minutes here and do a little bit of track minutes and get it ready to rock and roll. Again, friendly reminder, competitors, when you are on track, do not remove any safety equipment, helmets, gloves, anything, or roll your windows down until you leave the track exit. Again, please keep all safety equipment on and windows up until you exit the track. Thank you. Well, you feel the ground shaking, so it must be time for Super Pro Round 1 Eliminations. First pair, Kevin Ollinger, left-hand side, dials are in 964 in that 68 Camaro out of Atkins, Iowa. Out of Albany, Illinois, Michael Freeman brings that 71 Duster in 1017 the dial. Kevin taking care of business early. Green 42 on the tree, beats a red 5. Kevin Ollinger moving on. Josh Bockenstedt, left-hand side, 10:07 to dial in for that red Nova. Right-hand side, Steve Roars, 1061, and that green 82 Chevy Camaro. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Roars, getting it done. 8 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end. Unfortunately, Josh did break out. Steve in that 82 Camaro, moving on to round number 2. Next pair in Super Pro, Scott Miller and that 67 Chevy Wagon, the grocery getter out of Muscatine, Iowa, 1071 the dial. Jim Laughlin, 1040 the dial, and his 78 Chevy. Winner, that grocery getter, goes 3 above on the big end for Scotty Miller. Moving on to round number 2. Left-hand side, James Halverson, that dragster, out of Irville, 736 the dial. And Valerie Chitty dials it in, 1046 out of Grimes, and that's silver 2010 Camaro. Attention to pits. Second call, no E, open bike. Need you in lane number 6. Second call, no E, open bike, lane number 6. James Halverson going to take that win right at the tree. Green 138, left side, red 9 for Val. Moving on, James Halverson. Mark Rosenbaum out of Stoughton brings the dragster in, 825 the dial in for the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, that red Camaro, Randy Temperley, 919 out of East Dubuque. Unfortunately for Randy in the right-hand side lane, we got fluid coming out of that car right at the staging. We'll get that cleaned up. Mark's going to get a competition by here and take her down the track for the W. And moving on, Mark Rosenbaum. Tough luck for Randy. huge thank you to our track team. Just making quick work of that stuff. Thank you. All right, we're going to fire them back up, folks. Yeah, let's get back to running cars down the track. Dalton Waugh, left-hand side, pull that dragster out of Makokata, 759 the dial. Jim Olbrich out of Buena Vista, Iowa, dials it in 840. Isn't that beautiful, Grand Am? The pits, attention the pits. Last call, no E, open bike. Last call, no E, open bike to lane number 6. Lane number 6. Winner, right-hand side, Jim Olbrich goes 30 on the tree, 9 thousandths above. Unfortunately, Dalton did break out. Right-hand side, Jim Olbrich, moving on. Next pair here in Super Pro, Steven Geiger, 774 the dial in out of the Amanas. Right-hand side, Zach Mortensen out of Letts, Iowa. Dials it in 692. Winner, right-hand side, Zach Mortensen goes 17 on the tree, 2 above on the big end. Take home the win, Zach Mortensen. Mike Fuller pulls in the left-hand side out of Robbins, Iowa, 775 the dial. Right-hand side, Mike Meier out of Wolford, Iowa, in that 68 Chevelle, dials it in at 949. This will be the battle of the mics. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. First call, Junior Dragster. Need you in lane 1, please. Junior Dragster, come on down to lane number 1. Got a real good feeling that Mike is going to win this one. Both Mikes have a very tidy light, but Mike Meier, right-hand side, goes 2 on the tree, goes 2 above, 9 thousandths the margin of victory. Mike Meier, right-hand side, moving on. Left-hand side, Emily Novak, 1090 the dial in that 75 Camaro. In the right-hand side, Steve Lohr and that bright green 2010 Camaro out of Conroy, Iowa. Dials it in 940. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Lohr. Both of them broke out, but Steve just taking care of business. Goes 21 the tree for the win, moving that Camaro on to the second round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragster competitors, need you down in lane number 1, please. Second call for Junior Dragsters. I need you in lane number 1. Left-hand side, Allison Pierce, 1018 the dial at Columbus Junction. Right-hand side, Garrett Chitty brings that 74 Nova into the beams. 10-64. They are both staged. Both cut the exact same 54 light. Who's going to get it done on the big end? Left hand side, Allison Pierce gets it done. Goes 1/1000th above. Garrett Chitty unfortunately breaks out. Moving on, Allison Pierce. Next, Super Bowl competitors, Ryan Rutledge, 985 the dial, in that 1975 Chevy Love out of Centertown, Missouri. Mitch Melcher out of Hopkinton, dials it in 723 in that black dragster. Winner, right-hand side, Mitch Melcher, 25 on the light, 1 above on the big end. Moving on, Mitch Melcher. As we keep moving through round number 1 of Super Pro, Jacob Shepard brings that 99 Firebird and dials it 1085. And with an 828 dial, Sabrina Neiman out of Batavia, Illinois, brings that dragster in. They're both pre-staged. Winner, left-hand side, Jacob Shepard, 22 on the tree. Both of them break out, but Jacob taking that Firebird on to the second round. 843 the dial for David Primrose out of Cedar Rapids, and left-hand side, that 06 Suzuki bike. Right-hand side, Ray Thompson at Waterloo, 765 the dial in the dragster. Always love these bike versus dragster matchups. Double breakout, but Ray Thompson on the right-hand side gets it done. 16 on the tree, taking it to round number 2. Ray Thompson. Few more pairs left here in Super Pro. Paige Davis, left-hand side, 772 the dial. Out of Independence, Iowa, Zach Miller dials her in 864. Winner, left-hand side, Paige Davis. 32 on the tree, 2 above on the big end. Zach Miller, right-hand side, breaks out. Paige Davis, moving on. Tyler Stick, 748 out of Fruitland, Iowa. Left-hand side, right-hand side. Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin. That green dragster is dialed in at 815. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call, Junior Dragster, lane number 1. Last call, Junior Dragster, lane number 1. Winner, Tyler Stick, 6 on the tree, 5 thousandths above on the big end. Brian takes out, Tyler Stick, moving on. Last pair in Super Pro. In the quick performance left lane, Kevin Hack, 1036 the dial. Right hand side, Al Graham out of Dundee, 757. Al Graham moving on, 12 on the tree, 6 thousandths above. Al Graham moving on. Next up on track, our No E Open bike is about to pull in the water box. Jaron Christensen, first one up on a bye, 53 on the tree, goes 2 below on the big end, but it's a bye, so it won't matter. Moving on in that 1983 Suzuki. John M. on the left-hand side in that 1973 Kawasaki dials it in 1130. Craig Zoller on that 2002 Harley dials it in 1144. Winner right-hand side, Craig Zoller wins it at the tree. Green 189 beats a red 10. Craig Zoller moving on. Randy Sarnecki, 1160 the dial in out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Out of Alston, Wisconsin, Eric Arnson, 1117 on that. Also, reminder, in the staging lanes, we have free bottles of water. Thanks to Fangmann Performance and Repair for providing some water on such a warm and humid day. Thank you, Fangmann Performance and Repair. Randy Sarnecki getting it done. 21 on the tree, 4 above on the big end. Moving on to the next round. Left-hand side, Brian Moody, 911 out of Cedar Rapids. And on the right-hand side, Alex Zoller, 1275 on that 2002 Sportster. Winner, left-hand side, Brian Moody getting it done on the tree. Green 12 beats a red 26. Brian Moody moving on. Todd Tiedrick, 920 the dial in on that 2003 Hayabusa. And on that 2010 Harley, Stan Sleever, 1060 the dial on that blue bike. That was one big wheelie and also a red light for that left lane. Stan Sleever, though, moving on to the right-hand side to round number 2 on that 2010 Harley. Sean Bellick, 1170 left-hand side, 2000 Harley. Right-hand side, dials in at 1187. Legui on that 1991 Harley Davidson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro buyback, Pro ET buyback, $40. We need you in lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET buyback, $40 gets you back in. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Next pair, Matt Vaughn, left-hand side, 1252. Right-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 909. Winner, Dylan Tiedrick on that 08 Busa. Moving on, 77 on the tree. Nathan Stowell, left-hand side, 1030 to dial in on that Harley. Right-hand side, 1998 Harley, Steve Coronado. 1185 to dial. They're both staged. Four-way clean. Winner, left-hand side, Nathan Stowell. 114 on the tree. Next on track is your junior dragsters. Again, attention the pits. Pro ET buyback. We need you in lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET buyback. Lanes 4 and 5. $40 gets you back in the show. $40. Bring your cash to the lanes 4 and 5. Junior time. Mackenzie Melcher, 790 the dial. Right hand side, Jackson Melcher, both out of Owatonna, 791 the dial. Nearly heads up. Winner, left-hand side, Mackenzie Melcher, 75 on the tree, beats a red 7. Mackenzie Melcher, moving on. Next pair, Lexi Thompson, 1456, left-hand side of the Blairstown, Iowa. And the same out of Blairstown, Iowa, right-hand side, J.C. Thompson, 796 the dial. All weekend, my favorite hit hand has been this young boy that is checking for misfires in the exhaust for his friends on the starting line. How cool is that? Winner, right-hand side, J.C. Thompson, double breakout. But 22 on the tree for JC. Moving on to the second round, JC Thompson. Cooper Hogan pulling up on the left-hand side of Fruitland, Iowa, 837 the dial. And on the right-hand side, Carson Meier, 1450 the dial. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, Pro ET buyback, Pro ET buyback. Last call into lanes 4 and 5, $40. Pro ET buyback, lanes 4 and 5. Winner, left-hand side, Cooper Hogan goes 33 on the tree. 12 above on the big end. Taking on the wind, Cooper Hogan. Charlie Patrick, 1030 the dial in out of Mount Horeb, Wisconsin, left-hand side. And the right-hand side, Benji Freeman out of Davenport. And that black junior dragster, 805, the dial in over there. Right-hand side takes it. Benji Freeman, winner, 217 on the tree. Goes 2 above on the big end to move on to the next round. Savarudo, 802, left-hand side. Winner of our both cash days last weekend out of Omaha, Nebraska, versus Keeley Castle, 1197 out of North Liberty. Winner, Savarudo, wins it on the tree. Green, 169, beats a red 14. Savarudo, moving on. Sam Freeman, right-hand side out of Davenport, dials in at 820, and that black junior. Left-hand side, Lane Smith out of Blairstown, Iowa, 1190. Winner, right-hand side, Sam Freeman, 256 on the tree. Both broke out, but Sam moving on to the next round. Ryder Vogelsang, 1440, left-hand side. Right-hand side, dialed in, 810. Emma Lane, out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, Pro ET winners. Pro ET winners. Need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. First call, Pro ET winners. Lanes 4 and 5. Also, first call, street bike buyback to lane number 6, please. $20, street bike. First call buyback to lane 6. $20. Bring the cash to the lanes. Get yourself back in the show. Winner, right-hand side, Emma Lane. Green, 151 on the tree. Beats that red, 338. Moving on, Emma Lane. Got a few more pairs in juniors. Sydney Jones, next one up on the left-hand side. Dials it in, 797 out of Indianola. And Leighton Hack, 798 out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Winner, right-hand side, Leighton Hack. Double breakout by Leighton. Getting it done. Moving on to the next round. Harper Ferguson, left-hand side, 1265 out of Walk On. Right-hand side, Bennett Meier, 903 out of Walford, Iowa. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Pro ET winners. I need you in lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5, please. Second call. Also, second call, street bike buyback, lane number 6. Street bike buyback, lane number 6. $20 for that buyback and street bike. Bennett cuts a nice light, 39 to move on to the next round. Going 2 above on the big end, Bennett Meier. All right, last competitor we have in junior dragsters in the right-hand side. Melanie Castle is going to get a bye this round out of North Liberty. Attention the pits. Last call. Street bike buyback. I need you in lane number 6. Street bike buyback. Lane number 6, please. $20. Also, Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5. Last call. Pro ET winners. I need you in 4 and 5, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Fuel store. Fuel store will be closing at 3 p.m. or 1500. Fuel store. If you need any more Go Fast juice, head up to the fuel store. You got about 50 minutes left until they shut down at 1500 or 3 o'clock. Fuel store closes at 3. Attention pits, attention the pits. Quick 16 competitors. I need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Quick 16 competitors. First call, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Also, street bike. Lane 6 for buybacks. Street bike, lane 6. Buybacks, $20. Pro ET is rumbling into the water box now. Bob Dish, left-hand side, 1063 out of Verona, Wisconsin for that 71 Vega. Steve Lawrence, 1061 for that 82 Camaro. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Orrs cuts a light 01. Goes 1/1000th above. Gorgeous run by Steve. Moving on. Bob Rittenauer, 1022 the dial. And that red 1967 CUDA out of Manchester. Right-hand side, Jim Laughlin out of Albany, Wisconsin, brings the 1978 Chevy in with a dial-in of 1040. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, quick 16. I need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Second call, quick 16. Need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Bob Rittenauer gets it done on the left-hand side. 34 on the tree, double breakout. Bob, moving on. Austin Rittenauer, left-hand side, 1023 the dial in for that 1970 Dart. And that that Corvette out of Stoughton, Wisconsin, Mark Rosenbaum, 935 the dial in. Winner, left-hand side, Austin Rittenauer, 15 on the tree. Goes one over on the big end. Moving on to that Dodge Dart. Dan Steffens, 897, the dial in of that dragster. Right-hand side, that RX-7, Coley Novak, 1012. Winner, left-hand side, Dan Steffens, 15 on the tree. Goes two above on the big end. Winner, moving on, Dan Steffens. Tim Kania, 942 out of East Dubuque, and that 65 Chevy. Left-hand side, right-hand side, Jason Kaiser. Rolls that Trans Am in, 1098 the dial in over there. Attention to the pits. Last call. Quick 16 to the top of the lanes. Last call. Quick 16. Top of the lanes, please. Winner. Left-hand side. Tim Kania pulls a 6 on the light to go one over on the big end. Moving on. Tim Kania. Jacob Shepard, left-hand side, and that 99 Firebird, 1085 is the dial. And that of Urbana, Greg Troger, 1149 the dial, and that Montego. Winner, left-hand side, getting it done. Jacob Shepard goes 8 on the tree. Goes 8 over on the big end for the win. Jacob Shepard. Kevin Hack, left-hand side, brings that black Camaro in, dials it 1035. And at Oskaloosa, Mike Wymore brings that error in, 935 the dial. Mike getting it done right on at the tree. Goes green, 28 to a red, 17 for Kevin. Mike Wymore moving on. Sorry, quick little delay there. Again, Alex saw something on track. Need to go get that taken care of. Love that he's got those eagle eyes down there. Helps out a lot. All right. Ryan Seaford, 10.30 for the dial in out of Oregon, Wisconsin, brings in that blue Camaro. Right hand side, Andrew Spawn, and that 78 Nova dials are in 11.86. Winner, right-hand side, Andrew Spawn. 1/16 on the tree, goes 2 over on the big end. Unfortunately for Ryan, the left-hand side, he broke out. Andrew Spawn, moving on. Steve Pifkin, right-hand side, and the Daytona, dials it in 10-17. Left-hand side, Zach Halverson out of Earlville, 9.74. And I apologize, Steve Pifkin. I got that wrong. 10.77 the dial in. 10.77. My bad. Winner, right-hand side, Steve Pifkin. 89 on the tree. Goes 8 thousandths over on the big end to move on to the second round. Steve Pifkin. Bill Cox pulls it up now. Gotta have a bye out of Beale, Minnesota for that gorgeous 1948 Anglia. Next class on track is Street Bike. Todd Tiedrick, left-hand side, out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, dials it in 9.20 on that 2003 Suzuki. Right-hand side on that 2010 Harley, out of Grand Marsh, Wisconsin, Stan Sleever. Winner, right-hand side, Stan Sleever, 148 on the tree. Goes 9 above a big end for the win and moving on. Randy Sarnecki, left-hand side, 1160. Right-hand side, 1185 the dial in for Steve Coronado on that 2006 Harley. And they're both away clean. Winner, Randy Sarnecki, 188 on the tree. Goes 7 above on the big end for the win on that 2006 Harley, taking it to the second round. Next up, left-hand side, Eric Arnson out of Boston, Wisconsin on that 2000 Harley. Dials in at 1117. Right-hand side, 1176. Ron Legui. He's going to take the win to 178. Green on the right-hand side is going to be a red 8. Moving on to the next round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman buyback. I need you in lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman buyback. $20 gets you back in the show. We need you down in lanes 2 and 3. First call, Sportsman buyback. Lanes 2 and 3. Matt Vaughn, left side. Dylan Tiedrick, right side. Harley, left-hand side. Suzuki is doing the chasing. And Dylan gets it done on the right-hand side. Goes 38 on the tree, 6 above on the big end. For the win, Dylan Tiedrick. Last up, and street bike, Sean Bellick is going to have a bye out of Lavelle, Wisconsin for his 2000 Harley. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Sportsman, buyback. We need you in lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buyback, 2 and 3, $20. Bring your money to the lanes. All right, Tri-State Raceway. Quick 16, pull another Waugh box. First round, eliminations. Davis, left-hand side, pulls it in 773 out of New Boston, Illinois. Right-hand side, Mitch Melcher out of Hopkinton, Iowa. Dials it in also 773. I misspoke. I apologize. Mitch Melcher never made it to the start line. Paige Davis is going to take that one and move on. David Primrose, left-hand side, 839 the dial out of Cedar Rapids on that 2006 Suzuki. Right-hand side, Mike Chitty, 682 out of Heims and that 1967 Camaro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call, Sportsman. Buyback to lanes 2 and 3, $20. Last call, Sportsman. Buyback 2 and 3. Also, first call, Sportsman winner. Sportsman winners. I need you in 2 and 3. Sportsman winners. I need you to 2 and 3. Winner, left-hand side, David Primrose, getting it done. 24 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big end. Unfortunately for Mike on the right-hand side, broke out. Moving on, David Primrose. Bill Black pulls the dragster left-hand side in at 712 the dial out of Cedar Rapids. Right-hand side, Brad Thompson out of Merritt Island, Florida. 763 the dial over there. Winner, left-hand side, Bill Black, get it done. 21 on the tree, 7 thousandths above. Winner, Bill Black. That 1968 Chevelle on the left-hand side, piloted by Mike Meier. 948 the dial in out of Walford, Iowa. And Al Graham out of Dundee. Brings the dragster into the right-hand side, dials it 756. Attention to pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman winners. Second call to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman winners. Lanes 2 and 3. Also, first call trophy. I need trophy class to lanes 4 and 5. We need our trophy competitors. Please make your way to lanes 4 and 5. Al Graham out of Dundee, getting it done. 13 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big end. Al Graham moving on to the next round of Quick 16. Tyler Stick, 747 out of Fruitland, Iowa. Right-hand side, Dustin Meier, 898 out of Walford, Iowa. First call, Junior Street buyback. Junior Street buyback. I need you in lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street buyback. $10, lanes 4 and 5. Also, high school. We need high school to lanes 2 and 3. First call, high school, lanes 2 and 3. Winner, left-hand side, Tyler Stick. Beautiful reaction. 2 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end to take home the win. Tyler Stitch. Moving on in Quick 16. Kevin Hack, left-hand side out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Dials at 713. Cale Davis in that 98 Mustang. 770 the dial out of New Boston, Illinois. Winner, right-hand side, Cale Davis gets it done, 85 on the tree. Nails the dial in, 770. Moving on, Cale Davis. Zach Miller, left-hand side, out of Independence, 755 the dial. And Zach Mortensen, that Trent Turbo Machine, 693 the dial, out of Letts, Iowa. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need trophy. Trophy to lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman winners, 2 and 3. High school, 2 and 3. And Junior Street buyback, 4 and 5. $10 that Junior Street buyback. Zach Mortensen with the win, 40 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big end. Unfortunately, Zach Miller did break out. Zach Mortensen moving on. Zach Halverson out of Earlville, 732 on the left-hand side. And in the green dragster, Brian Yeomans, 814 out of Marshall, Wisconsin. Winner, left-hand side, Zach Halverson, 20 on the tree, goes 1/1000 above. Moving on, Zach Halverson. Attention to the pits, last call, trophy class, lanes 4 and 5. Also, last call, high school, lanes 2 and 3. Last call, Junior Street buyback to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street buyback, lanes 4 and 5. $10 gets you back in. Junior Street winners. I need Junior Street winners. 4 and 5. Junior Street winners. I need you down in 4 and 5. Sportsman class on track now. Jim M, left-hand side, dials at 1230 in that Challenger. Right-hand side, Dylan Pipkin, dials at 1494. Dylan's going to win that one right on the tree. Goes green 14. Jim unfortunately slips a red 52. Dylan Pipkin moving on. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Pro buyback. Super Pro buyback. I need you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buyback. 7 and 8. $50 gets you back in. Again, Super Pro buyback. Lanes 7 and 8. $50. Michelle Stefanik, 1227, left-hand side out of Vinton, Iowa, and that 85 Camaro. Right-hand side, Rick Coleman, dials at 1229 at Shellsburg, Iowa. Winner, right-hand side, Rick Coleman. Green, 24 on the tree, beats a red, 75 out of Michelle. Rick Coleman, moving on in that 2012 Camaro. Jeremy Murphy, left-hand side, 1571, the dial line out of Dubuque. Right hand side, Dave Benson, 1237, and that's 66 Cornet. Again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro buyback, lanes 7 and 8. Super Pro buyback, lanes 7 and 8. $50, bring cash, please. Winner, right-hand side, Dave Benson gets the win, 66 on the tree, and that Cornet goes 5 above on the big end. Unfortunately, Jeremy does break out. Dave Benson, moving on. Happy Steffens, $11.99, that Mustang from Durango, Iowa. Left-hand side, right-hand side, Dave Paisley takes that Trans Am in, $14.25, the dial. Winner, right-hand side, Don Paisley, green, 116 on the tree, beats a red 28. Moving on, Don Paisley. Sky Borshading, 1416 out of Maple, Minnesota, brings that 2000 Mustang in. And that 79 Chevy on the right-hand side, piloted by Corey Hansen, 1277 the dial. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call, Super Pro buyback, lanes 7 and 8. Last call, Super Pro buyback, lanes 7 and 8. $50, $50, come on down. Left-hand side wins, Sky. Moving on with a green, 148 on the tree, beating a red, 13. Dave Klein, and that GTX, 1186 at a Durango. Right-hand side, Owen Hagman, 1365 out of Calmer in that 2009 Mustang. Winner, left-hand side, Dave Klein, 26 on the tree, goes 3,000 above for the win, and moving on to that GTX, Dave Klein. Corey Miller, left-hand side, 1215 the dial in out of Tipton in that 1985 Mustang. The right-hand side, Dan Balk, hails out of Waterloo, Iowa, dials it in, 1293. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. 15-minute warning, aka last call for fuel at the fuel store. Last call for fuel. We got 15 minutes until they are going to shut it down and probably head to the swimming pool. Next up, Andrew Quinn, 1440 the dial at 87 Corvette. Right-hand side in that silver Mustang. Carolyn Coleman dials it in at 1442. left-hand side, Andrew Quinn, 41 on the tree, 4,000s above for the win. Moving on, Andrew Quinn. Shelly Klein and that beautiful white 69 dark out of Durango dials it in 1273. Right-hand side, Tim Earl and that 2011 silver Camaro, 1253. Winner, right-hand side, Tim Earl, getting it done out of Marion. 169 on the tree. Goes 2 above on the big end. Unfortunately for Shelley and that dart, too fast, breaks out. Tim Earl moving on. Here is your high school final. Andrew Spahn, left-hand side, out of Piasta, Iowa, brings in that 1978 Nova, 1187 the dial. Right-hand side, out of Davenport, piloted by Sam Freeman, 1447 the dial. Sam goes in first. Waiting on Andrew. He's in pre-staged. Who's going to go full stage first? Little staging battle here in high school. Sam jumps in, followed by Andrew. Here we go. Both away clean. Winner, right-hand side, Sam Freeman getting it done in the high school final here on Sunday. 134 on the tree, goes 1 above on the big end. Sam Freeman, your high school champion this Sunday here at Tri-State Raceway. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Pro winners. I need you in 7 and 8. On lanes 7 and 8. Super Pro winners. I need you at the back of lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners to lanes 7 and 8. Non-E open bike buyback. You are in the hole. In the hole. No E open bike. Round here of our trophy class, left lane, Serenity Freeman, and that purple Barracuda dials it in 12:15. Brad Thompson brings that black Challenger in 12:66. Serenity is just going to have a nice little cruise down the track. She takes it right at the tree. Green 170 beats a way too quick red 206. Left-hand side, Emily Vargason dials it in 14 flat. A Ford Atkinson, that 92 Mustang. Sky Borsheny, 14-16 in that Mustang. Both of them clean away. Winner, left-hand side, Emily Vargason. 152 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end for the win. Emily Vargason. Moving on in trophy. Sherry Coleman out of Marion, Iowa, in that 2010 Camaro, dials it in 13.95. Right-hand side, Andrew Quinn, 14.30 in that 87 Corvette. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call, Super Pro winners. Lanes 7 and 8. Last call, Super Pro winners. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Again, no E open bike. You're in the hole. Andrew Quinn taking that one right hand side. Tyler Freeman up now on a buy out of Clinton, Iowa on that 2009 Kawasaki. Next up, going through the water box is Junior Street. Piper Kaiser, left-hand side at Mount Vernon, Iowa, piloting that 2009 CRV, dials it in 11.78. Lindsey Hansen, 10.19 the dial, and that 2019 Chevrolet. A reminder, these Junior Streeters, they go to the 8th, not the full quarter. Winner, left-hand side, Piper Kaiser, 91 on the tree, goes 6 over on the big end for the win. Piper Kaiser in Junior Street. Next pair in Junior Street, Lily Hansen, 9.80 to dial in out of West Salem, Wisconsin, in that 76 Nova. Right-hand side in that 2007 Honda, Sophia Browning. Winner, left-hand side, Lily Hansen, 39 on the tree, goes 2 above on the big end for the win, Lily Hansen. New quick performance left-hand lane, Cooper Hogan, 1070 the dial out of Fruitland, Iowa, in that 1998 Dodge Ram. Benji Freeman and a Bart, 1110. Winner, left-hand side, Cooper Hogan. 72 on the tree. Goes 4 above on the big end. Winner, moving on, Cooper Hogan. Melanie Castle brings in that 2014 Dodge on the left-hand side out of North Liberty, Iowa. 1082 the dial. Grace Doty, 1014 the dial. In that Kia Sorento. 2,000 separate them at the start line. Winner, left-hand side, Melanie Castle getting it done. 115 on the tree, beats a 117. That nearly was the difference at the very end. Moving on, Melanie Castle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No E open bike. I need you, lane 6, please. No E open bike. Lane 6, please. In the hole, Junior Dragsters. In the hole, Junior Dragster. As always, Tri-State Raceway, we will take just a few minutes here, get this track all cleaned up, looking real nice for you guys before we jump right into Super Pro. Super Pro is next up in the lanes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Super Pro on track. Left lane, Ryan Rutledge, 988 the dial for that 75 Chevy Love out of Centertown, Missouri. And that 78 Chevy piloted by Jim Laughlin. 1040 is what he's dialed it in out of Albany, Illinois. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Last call, no E. Last call, no E, open bike. Lane 6, please. Last call, no E, open bike. Lane number 6. Winner, right-hand side, Jim Laughlin getting it done. 4 on the tree. Go 3 over on the big end. Unfortunately, Ryan breaks out. Jim Laughlin, moving on. Stephen Geiger, left-hand side, 772 the dial out of the Amanas. Right-hand side, shaking the tower out of that water box. Josh Bockenstead, 1004 out of Farley, Iowa. And that 1973 Nova. Winner, right-hand side, Josh Bockenstead, 16 on the tree. Goes 1 over on the big end, taking that Nova on to the next round. Next pair here in Super Pro, Mike Fuller, 775 out of Robbins, Iowa. Brings that dragster in the left-hand side. And on the right way, trailers, right lane, that 694 Nova. Pushed by Garrett Chitty. 1010-62. Winner, Mike puts 3 on the tree and just drives it home. 4 over on the big end. Mike Fuller, winner, and moving on. Dalton Waugh, the critical performance left lane out of Maquoketa, Iowa, brings that dragster, dials in 757. Right-hand side, Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin, dials it in 815. Winner, right-hand side, Brian Yeomans, 28 on the tree, 1 above on the big end. Moving on, Brian Yeomans. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, Junior Dragster, lane 1, please. First call, Junior Dragster, lane number 1. Left-hand side, Sabrina Neiman. Out of Batavia, Illinois, dials it in 824. Randy Temperley, 921 to that 1971 Camaro out of East Dubuque. Randy Temperley getting it done to the right-hand side. 20 on the tree. goes 7 thousandths above on the big end at 149 mile an hour. Takes that Camaro on to the next round. Randy Temperley. Steve Rohr's right-hand side brings that green Camaro into the right-hand lane, 1061. Michael Freeman, left side, 1012. Both away clean. Winner, left-hand side, Michael Freeman. Steve left first, but Mike posts a 94 on the board, goes 3 thousandths above to win. Steve, unfortunately, breaks out. Moving on, Michael Freeman. Kevin Ollinger, 960 the dial in that Camaro. Out of Atkins, Iowa. Right-hand side, Scotty Miller in that grocery getter. 1073 out of Muscatine, Iowa. Big wheelie out of the wagon on the right-hand side. Winner, left-hand side, Kevin Ollinger, 17 on the tree, 1 above on the big end. Kevin Ollinger moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, Junior Dragster. I need you in lane 1, please. Junior Dragster, lane 1, please. Allison Pierce, left-hand side out of Columbus Junction, Iowa, dials it in, 1018. And that gorgeous green 2210 Camaro, Steve Orr, dials it in, 940. Winner, Steve Ward, 17 on the tree. Goes 2 above on the big end, taking that Camaro on to the next round. Winner, Steve Orr. Jim Olbrich, left-hand side in that Grand Am, 840 the dial in out of Buena Vista. Right-hand side out of Wisconsin, Jacob Shepard brings that green Firebird in, 1085 the dial. They're both staged and ready to go. Winner, right-hand side, Jacob Shepard. 9 on the tree, 1 above on the big end. Unfortunately for Jim on the left-hand side, breaks out. Mark Rosenbaum, Stoughton, Wisconsin, 826 the dial in for that dragster. On the right-hand side, out of Waterloo, Iowa, Ray Thompson, 763 the dial. Let's see how these two boogie down the track. Winner, Ray Thompson, right-hand side, 26 on the tree, goes 3 thousandths above. Unfortunately for Mark, the left-hand side does break out. Ray Thompson moving on. Our starter line is just grabbing a little bit of debris he sees on the track here. I think we're good. I think we are. Got the thumbs up. Paige Davis, left-hand side, New Boston, Illinois. 773 the dial for that dragster. And the right-hand side, that 68 Chevelle, Mike Meier, dials it in, 949. Paige Davis, left-hand side, takes care of it right at the tree. Green, 44, beats Mike's red, 14. Paige Davis, winner. Moving on. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Last call, junior dragsters. I need you in lane number 1. Last call, junior dragsters. Lane number 1. Jaron Christensen, 83 Suzuki. Dials are in 872, left-hand side. In your right way trailers, right-hand side, and that Trent Turbo Dragster, Zach Mortensen, 696. Left-hand side, Zach Mortensen, 15 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big end. Zach Mortensen out of Let's. Moving on. Right-hand side, James Halverson out of Earlville. Dials are in 737. And on the left-hand side, dials in 747, just a tenth slower. Tyler Stick out of Fruitland, Iowa. Winner, right-hand side, James Halverson. Puts a 1 on the tree. Beautiful. 8,000 above for James Halverson. Moving on. Al Graham from Dundee. Trying to go rounds again. This one should be pretty easy. This one's a buy. Dials it in, 758. City does. Next up on track, No E Open Bike coming through the water boxes now. Right hand side, Eric Arneson, 2000 Harley, dials it in 1107. Steve Coronado out of New Lisbon, Wisconsin, dials that orange Harley in at 1185. Winner, right-hand side, Eric Arneson, 75 on the tree, goes 6 above on the big end for the win. Moving on. Next up in No E Open Bike, Sean Bellick, 11.7 the dial in for his 2000 Harley. And that 03 Hayabusa on the right-hand side, Todd Tiedrick, 9.20 the dial in there. Winner, right-hand side, Todd Tiedrick, 181 on the tree. Goes 0.3 above on the big end and still takes home the win. Ron Legui 1180 out of Mouser, Wisconsin. 1991 Harley Davidson, left-hand side. Randy Sonecki, 1160 out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Winner, right-hand side, Randy Sonecki, 007 on the tree. And unfortunately for Ron, the left-hand side did break out. One over, though, for Randy. Moving on to the next round. Next pair in no E open bike. Dylan Tiedrick, 911 the dial in out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. On that 2008 Hayabusa. And Craig Zoller, 1133 on that 02 Harley. Winner, left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick, 135 on the tree. 3 over on the big end for the win. Moving on. Brian Moody, left-hand side out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Dials it 911, right-hand side, Stan Sleever on that 2010 Blue Harley, 1160. Correction, 1060 right lane, 1060. There we go. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET, top of the lanes preparing. Pro ET, top of the lanes preparing. First call for Pro ET. Where left-hand side, Brian Moody gets it done. On the tree, 009 beats out Red 31. Last one up here in no E open bike on a Byron, Nathan Stowell out of Hillsboro, Wisconsin on his 2001 Harley. Next up, Tri-State Race Fans, Junior Dragsters, pulling on in next. Top of the lanes, full pairing, please. Pro ET, top of the lanes for pairing.
Melanie Castle getting it done in the left-hand lane. Gets it done right off the start line. Green at 38, red 002. Melanie Castle moving on. Emma Lane 807 to dial in over there from Prior Lake in Minnesota, left-hand side. Right-hand side, Mackenzie Melchurch 790 out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Winner, left-hand lane, Emma Lane. Takes care of it at the tree. Green, 75, beats a red, 16. Moving on, Emma Lane. Cooper Hogan, 842 the dial, left-hand side of Fruitland, Iowa. Then Meier out of Walford, 903, right-hand side. Winner, right-hand lane, Bennett Meier. Again, on the tree, it is decided. Green, 106, red, 34. Moving on, Bennett Meier. Benji Freeman, right-hand side of the Davenport, 805 to dial in. Sponsored by Gateway Towing and Ace Basement and Waterproofing. Savarudo, left-hand side out of Omaha, Nebraska. Dials at 802. Last call, Pro ET, top of the lanes. Last call, Pro ET, top of the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street bike, need you to lane 6, please. Street bike, first call, lane 6, please. Street bike, lane 6. We're away clean in this one here. We're going to have this one decided at the finish line. Winner, left-hand side, Savarudo gets it done. Double breakout. Sava moving on to the next round. Next pair, left-hand side, Sam Freeman, 816, the dial over there. Right hand side, 796 the dial on that flamed dragster. Leighton Hack, the pilot. Winner, left-hand side, Sam Freeman. Double breakout. But Sam is getting it done. 84 in the tree. Out of Davenport. Moving on. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, street bike. Street bike, I need you in lane 6, please. Second call, street bike. Into lane number 6. Quick 16, you're in the hole. Lexi Thompson pulls it in left-hand side, 1456 the dial. Right-hand side, Keeley Castle, 1197. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, quick 16 to the top of the lanes. Quick 16, I need you at the top of the lanes, please. First call for quick 16. Sportsman, you are in the hole. Winner, right-hand side, Kaylee Castle out of North Liberty. 193 on the tree, one above on the big end. For the win, Kaylee Castle. Jackson Melcher pulls it into the right rear trailer's right lane out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Dials it in 791. And on the left-hand side, Sidney Jones out of Indianola, Iowa. 792. 792 on the left side, 791 right side. Jackson Melcher, right-hand side, going to take care of that one. Green 44 on the tree, beats 005 red. Jackson Melcher, moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Quick 16 competitors, I need you at the top of the lanes, please. Quick 16 to the top of the lanes, please. Sportsman, you're in the hole. Next up, left-hand side, dialed in 1407. Right-hand side, Carson Meier out of Wolford, Iowa, dials it in 1449.
Winner, left-hand side, 767 on the tree. 13 above on the big end. Moving on, left lane. Next pair up, Charlie Patchett, left side. Looks like they could not get that started. So Wayne Smith, right side, is going to take his competition by here and go down the track. Again, thank you for the racers yesterday that came up here yesterday and explained to me the difference between a buy and a competition buy. I greatly appreciate it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for quick 16. We need you at the top of the lanes. Last call, quick 16. Sportsman, you are in the hole. Next up on track, Pro ET. Andrew Spawn, left-hand side, 1186 in that Nova. Steve Roars, 1060 in that Camaro, right-hand side.
Winner, right hand lane. Steve Orr's 32 on the tree. Goes 8 over on the big end for the win. Andrew, unfortunately, breaks out. Bill Cox, 930 the dial out of Mabel, Minnesota, and at 48 Anglia. Left-hand side, right-hand side, Dan Steffens, 897 Esher, Iowa. Winner, right-hand side, Dan Steffens, 17 on the tree, 1 over on the big end. Bill Cox breaks out. Moving on, Dan Steffens. Tim Kinnear pulls that 65 Chevy on the left-hand side, 942. Mike Wymore, 932 out of Oski. And that 1980 Plymouth. Mike got it done right from the start. Green, 25 of the tree, beats a 006 red from Tim. Mike Wymore, moving on. Left-hand side, Bob Ridenour, 1021 out of Manchester, Iowa, and that 67 CUDA versus that $1970 by Austin Ridenour out of Manchester, 1023. Let's see how the Ridenours do here, head-to-head. And Austin gets the better of Bob. Right-hand side wins it. Green, 27 on the tree. Beats a red, 19 for Bob. Austin Ridenour moving on. Steve Pifkin and that Daytona on the right-hand side does it in 1076. Left-hand side, Jacob Shepard out of Holman, Wisconsin. Brings in that green 99 Firebird and dials it 1085. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, Sportsman. I need Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. First call, Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3. Also, Trophy Class. First call, lanes 4 and 5. Trophy Class, 4 and 5. Sportsman, 2 and 3. Trophy, 4 and 5. Junior Street, you're in the hole. Winner, left-hand side, Jacob Shepard. 52 on the tree, double breakout, but Jacob did just enough to move that Firebird on to the next round. Moving on, Jacob Shepard. Next class, on track, street bike. Right-hand side, Ron Legui, Mason, Wisconsin, 1176 the dial. Randy Sarnecki, 1160 the dial on his Harley. Both of them away clean.
Sorry, that last one we will be rerunning. Something happened. It looks like an animal jumped in front of timing there at some point. So, next pair. Sean Bellick, 1170 left-hand side. Stan Sleever, 1060 right-hand side. 2000 Harley on the left, 2010 Harley on the right. Winner, left-hand side, Sean Bellick. 41 on the tree. Goes 12 over on the big end for the win, Sean Bellick. Last one in street buy. Dylan Tiedrick is going to have a buy. Dials in 909 on that 2008 Suzuki. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Trophy competitors to lanes 4 and 5. Trophy competitors 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, you're still in the hole. That last pair, the pair of bikes that went down that we will have to rerun will run after our quick 16 competitors who are making a lot of noise in the water box right now. Quick 16 on the track. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call for Sportsman. Last call, Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Last call, Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Also, last call for Trophy. I need Trophy in lanes 4 and 5. Last call for Trophy, lanes 4 and 5, please. Also, Junior Street, this is your first call to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street, first call, lanes 4 and 5. Right lane here, quick 16. Algram from Dundee, 757, that red dragster. Left-hand side, Paige Davis, 775. They're both away clean. Winner, left-hand side, Paige Davis gets it done. 25 on the tree, 2 over on the big end. For the win, Paige Davis. Bill Black, left-hand side, out of Cedar Rapids, 712. The dial in over there. Right-hand side, David Primrose, piloting that 2006 Suzuki 842. We are full staged. Away, clean and green. Runner, left-hand side, Bill Black gets it done. 24 on the tree, 1 above on the big again. David, unfortunately, breaks out. Your winner, left lane, Bill Black. Moving on in quick 16. In the quick performance left lane, Tyler Stick, 747 out of Fruitland, Iowa, in that dragster. Right-hand side, Cale Davis in that 98 Mustang, dials it in to 769 out of New Boston, Illinois. Purge going on in the Mustang. Winner, left-hand side, Tyler Stick gets it done. 20 on the tree, 1/1000th above on the big end. Moving on, Tyler Stick and quick 16. All right, next round of quick 16, the battle of Zach's. We got Zach Halverson, left-hand side in his dragster, dials it in 730. And then that twin-turbo dragster, right-hand side, Zach Mortensen, dials it 699. Halverson, left lane. Mortensen, right lane. Both are staged away, clean and green. Winner, left-hand side, Zach Halverson, 25 on the tree. Goes 3 above on the big bend. The Earlville, Iowa residents moving on in quick 16. Next car down track is not part of the quick 16 class today. They are testing. They are just using the same tree as our quick 16 competitors. So sit back and enjoy this one. Next pair on track is our street bike pair that went down just a little bit ago. We had a butterfly or something like that jump in front of one of those infrared sensors and completely trashed that run. So we will have to redo that one. So coming up, left side, again, Randy Sarnecki, 1160 out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin, that 2006 Harley. On the right-hand side, on that 1991 Sportster, Ron Legui out of Monster, Wisconsin, dials in 1178. Winner, left-hand side, Randy Sarnecki, 108 on the tree. Just 14 above on the left-hand side to move on. Randy Sarnecki. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Second call, Junior Street, lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street, 4 and 5, please.
Next up is our sportsman class. On the right-hand side, Rick Coleman out of Shelbyville, Iowa, dials it in 1230 and that 2012 Camaro. And then the 2000 Mustang in the left-hand lane, Dylan Pifkin, dials it in 15 flat. Winner, left-hand side, Dylan Pifkin. 34 on the tree, 13 above on the big end. Dylan Pifkin, moving on. Sky Borsheding, 1410 the dial in out of Maple, Minnesota, in that 2000 Mustang. Right-hand side, Tim Earl, in that 2011 Camaro. Attention pits, attention the pits. First call, Super Pro, top the lanes, please. First call, Super Pro, top the lanes. Dave Klein, right side, GTX, 1186 the dial. Dave Benson, left side, 1237. Both away clean and green. Winner, right-hand side, Dave Klein. Takes that GTX on to the next round. 104 in the tree. 2 over in the big end. Dave Klein, moving on. Dan Balk, left-hand side of the Waterloo, 1980 Camaro, 1293. Oh, not, sorry, 1293. Right-hand side, Andrew Quinn, 1430, and that 87 Corvette. Winner, left-hand side, Dan Balk, 005 on the tree. 2 over on the big end, Dan Balk, moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, I need you at the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Super Pro, top the lanes for pairing, second call. No E open bike, you're in the hole. Next division on track is your Junior Street semifinal. In the quick performance left lane, Piper Kaiser dials it in at 1176 out of Mount Vernon, Iowa, in that 2009 Honda CR-V. And in that 1976 Nova, Lily Hansen out of Wisconsin dials it in at 981. Lily first into pre-stage, followed by Piper. Winner, right-hand lane, Lily Hansen. Wins it at the tree. Green 57 beats a red 240. Lily Hansen moving on to the finals in Junior Street. Melanie Castle, Lightweight Trailers, right lane out of North Liberty. Dials it in at 1088 in that red Dodge. Left-hand side, Cooper Hogan, also in his red Dodge, 1074. Truck on the left-hand side, car on the right-hand side. Winner, left-hand side, Cooper Hogan, 87 on the tree in the Dodge Ram, enough to take it to the Junior Street Finals. Next solo pass on the track is another one of our testers. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call for Super Pro. Last call for Super Pro. We need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Last call for Super Pro. Top of the lanes for pairing. Also, first call, no E open bike. Lane 6, please. First call, no E open bike. I need you in lane 6, please. That means Junior Dragsters, you're in the hole now. Next class on track is our trophy class, and this is our semifinals of trophy class. Left-hand side, Tyler Freeman dials it in at 1424 on the 2009 Kawasaki motorcycle. And the right-hand side, out of Albany, Illinois, and that 68 Barracuda dials it in at 1221. Michael Freeman. And that right lane's going to take care of that right out the gate. Green, 136, beats red, 144. Moving on, right lane to the trophy final. Your second trophy semifinal, Emily Ferguson, 14 flat to dial into that 92 Mustang. Andrew Corwin, 14-4 in that Corvette on the right-hand side.
Winner, right side, Andrew Quinn. Cuts a nice 30 on the tree. Goes to thousands over on the big end. Winner, moving on, Andrew Quinn. As always, before we jump into Super Pro, we're going to do a little bit of track maintenance here quick, and then we'll get back on track. Again, attention pits. Second call, no E open bike to lane 6, please. No E open bike. I need you in lane 6, please. Junior Dragsters, you're in the hole. All right, Tri-State race fans. We are back with Super Pro. Attention the pits, attention the pits. First call, Junior Dragsters. To lane 1, please. First call, Junior Dragsters. Lane number 1. Mike Fuller, right-hand side. 774 the dial in for that dragster. On the left-hand side, and that 99 Firebird, Jacob Shepard, 1084 the dial. Winner, right lane, Mike Fuller. 275 on the tree. Goes 3 over on the big end. Unfortunately, Jacob breaks out. Mike Fuller, moving on. Steve Lowe, right-hand side at a Conroy, Iowa, brings that bright green 2010 Camaro into the lane. 941 the dial. 763 the dial for his opponent in the left lane, Ray Thompson of Waterloo, Iowa, in his dragster. Winner, left-hand side, Ray Thompson. Not sure what all happened there with Steve, but did not compute. Next pair, Kevin Ollinger, 958 the dial in, and that 1968 Camaro. Out of Albany, Illinois, Jim Laughlin dials in 1040. That's 78 Chevy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, Junior Dragster. Second call, Junior Dragster. Lane number 1, please. Junior Dragster, lane number 1. Jim gets it right at the tree. Green 17 takes out a red 110. Jim Laughlin moving on to the next round here in Super Pro. Al Grimm from Dundee, right-hand side, 757 the dial in for that red dragster. Left-hand side, Josh Bockenstead, 1004 out of Farley, Iowa, and that's 73 Nova. Winner, right-hand side, Al Grimm, 16 on the tree, 1 above. Al Grimm from Dundee, moving on. Freeman, left-hand side, 1012 out of Albany, Illinois. Randy Temperley, 923. Michael Freeman gets it done. Green, 75 on the tree, beats a red, 005. Michael Freeman, moving on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Junior Dragster. Final call, Junior Dragsters. Lane number 1. Final call, Junior Dragster. Next pair, James Halverson, right-hand side, Arrowville, 737 the dial. Left-hand side, Paige Davis, New Boston, Illinois, 778. Winner, right-hand side, James Halverson. 27 on the tree. Goes 2 above on the basic side. Out of Earlville, James Halverson. Moving on. Next pair is a competition by Zach Mortensen. Wasn't able to make it to the lane, so Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin. Dials it in, 8:15. Gonna go for a very fast Sunday cruise. Next on track, Tri-State Raceway. Our No E Open Bike competitors. Jumping on. I believe we have 3 pairs left here. Left-hand side, Todd T-Tick, $9.25 the dollar on that 03 Busa. On the right-hand side, Randy Stanecki, $11.65 the dollar out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET competitors, I need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Pro ET, first call, top of the lanes for pairing. Pro ET. Winner, left-hand side, Todd Tiedrick. 004 on the tree, double breakout. Todd did just enough to bring it on to the next round. Brian Moody pulls into the quick performance left lane. Out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, 9:10 the dial-in. Right-hand side, Nathan Stowell on that 01 Harley. Dials it in, 10:30. Winner, left-hand side, Brian Moody, 49 on the tree. Eric Arneson, 1107 right-hand side on that 2000 Harley. And Dylan Tiedrick, 909 on that 2008 Hayabusa. Style points for Eric, but the win goes to Dylan. Left-hand side, 45 on the tree, 5 thousandths above. Dylan Tiedrick out of lacrosse. Moving on to the next round. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second call, Pro ET to the top of the lanes, please. Second call, Pro ET to the top of the lanes. Street bike, you're going to be in the hole on lane 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro ET. I need you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Pro ET, top of the lanes for pairing. Street bike. Street bike, first call. I need you in lane 6, please. Street bike to lane 6, please. Sportsman. I need sportsman to lane 2 and 3. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3, please. Trophy class, I need you in 4 and 5. Trophy class, I need you in 4 and 5. Also, first call, I need Junior Street. Junior Street to the back of 4 and 5. Junior Street to the back of lanes 4 and 5. Recap, street bike to 6. Street bike to 6. Sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Trophy 4 and 5. Trophy 4 and 5. And Junior Street 4 and 5 on the back of the lanes. Junior Street 4 and 5, back of the lanes. Junior Dragsters on track now. Melanie Castle left side. Emma right side. Both away clean. Winner, Emma Lane, 89 on the tree. Goes 5 above on the big side. Emma Lane take home the win. Next pair in Junior Dragster, right-hand side, Bennett Meier, 904 the dial-in out of Wolford. Left-hand side, Sava Rudo out of Omaha, 802. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Quick 16, I need you at the top of 7 and 8 for pairing. Quick 16 to lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, lanes 7 and 8. Winner, right-hand side, Bennett Meier, 114 on the tree. Goes 7,000s above. For the winner, Wolford, Bennett Meier. Next up, Junior Dragster, Byron, Sam Freeman out of Davenport, Iowa. Dials it in, 815. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Street bike, needs you in lane 6. Street bike. Lane 6. This is your last call for street bike. Lane 6, please. Sportsman, 2 and 3. Sportsman, needs you in 2 and 3. Trophy, 4 and 5. Trophy, 4 and 5. Junior Street to the back of 4 and 5. Junior Street to the back of 4 and 5. Quick 16 to the top of 7 and 8. 4 pairing. Sam Freeman getting it done on that Byron. Moving on. Next up, another pair of Junior Dragsters. Believe we got 2 more pairs. In the quick performance left lane, Lane Smith, 1190 out of Blairstown, Iowa. Right-hand side, in the black junior dragster, Kaylee Castle out of North Liberty. Winner, left-hand side, Lane Smith getting it done. 286 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end. Unfortunately, Kaylee breaks out. Lane Smith moving on. Quick 16 competitors. Need you at the top of lanes 7 and 8 for pairing. Quick 16 competitors. Top of 7 and 8. Sportsman 2 and 3, Trophy 4 and 5, Junior Street the back of 4 and 5. Jackson Melcher, right hand side of Owatonna, Minnesota, dials in a 791, and the quick performance left lane dialed in 1410. Winner, right-hand side, Jackson Melcher, 127 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end. Unfortunately, left-hand side did break out. Moving on, Jackson Melcher in Junior Dragster. Last call, quick 16 to the top of lanes 7 and 8. Final call, quick 16 to the top of 7 and 8.
Next up, Jacob Shepard in that green 99 fiber left side 1080. Mike Wymore 935 in that arrow. Both away, clean and green. Winner left-hand side, Jacob Shepard taking that firebird on. Double breakout, but Jacob does just enough to get it done and move on in. Next pair, left-hand side, Austin Ridenour, 10-23, the dial into that 1970 Dart. In the right lane, the Black Dragster out of Sherrill, Iowa, Dan Steffens, 8-97, the dial in. Winner, right-hand side, Dan Steffens, 103 on the tree, double breakout. Dan does enough to keep it moving. On to the next round, Dan Steffens. Next up, Steve Roars on a bye in that 1982 Camaro. Moving on to Sportsman. Right lane, Dylan Pifkin out of Port Byron, Illinois. Dials it in on 15 flat for that 2000 Mustang. Left-hand side, piloting that 2000 Mustang as well. Sky Borschening, 14-6 in the dial-in out of Mabel, Minnesota. Winner, left-hand side, Sky gets it done. Double breakout, 170 on the tree. Sky moving on to the next round in Sportsman. Next pair, Don Paisley, 1186 that dial in. Brings that Trans Am in from Durango, Iowa. Up against a fellow Durango Iowan, Dave Klein, and that 68 GTX. Winner, Dave Klein. That was a competition buy. I apologize. I had a line of sight blockage and I couldn't quite see the other lane. Next up on a buy is Dan Balk. 1290 out of Waterloo. Next up on track, street bike. Left-hand side, Sean Bellick. 1178 the dial out of Lavelle, Wisconsin on that 2000 Harley. In the right lane on that 2008 Suzuki, Dylan Tiedrick dials in at 908. Winner, right lane, Dylan Tiedrick. 69 on the tree. Goes two above on the big end. Unfortunately for Sean, breaks out. Moving on, Dylan Tiedrick. On a buy, Randy Sarnecki. On that 06 Harley Davidson. Quick 16 onto the track now. Semifinal in quick 16. In your right way, trailers right lane. Tyler Stick out of Fruitland, Iowa. Dials in 747. In the left lane, out of Earlville, Zach Halverson. Dials that dragster in 733. Who is going to go on to the finals in quick 16? Winner, right-hand side. Tyler Stick getting it done. Moving on to the finals in quick 16. Posts a 19 on the board and moves on. Davis now in the right lane from New Boston, Illinois. 776 the dial in. And then with a 712 dial in, Bill Black out of Cedar Rapids brings his blue dragster into the left lane. Quick 16 semifinal number 2 coming at you. Winner, Black. Moving on to the quick 16 finals. 15 on the tree, 4 above on the big end. Bill Black. Moving on. Next up, we have our trophy final. Right side, Andrew Quinn, 1987 Corvette, dials in 1433. On the left side, Matt Freeman, 1219 out of Albany, Illinois, 68 Barracuda in that quick performance left lane. Final for trophy. Winner, right lane, Andrew Quinn. 43 on the tree, 2 above on the big end. Trophy class champion, Andrew Quinn. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. First call, Super Pro to the top of the lanes. First call, Super Pro, top of the lanes for pairing. Super Pro, top of the lanes, for pairing. No E, open bike, you are in the hole. Now it is time for your Junior Street Final. Left-hand side, Cooper Hogan dials in his 98 Dodge Ram at 1077 out of Fruitland, Iowa. And on the right lane, Lily Hansen out of West Salem, Wisconsin brings that 76 Nova into the finals, dialing it in 976.
Who is going to get it done here in your Junior Street final? Both away clean from the tree. Winner, right lane, Lily Hansen. 32 on the tree. Goes 8 above for the win. Lily Hansen, your Junior Street champion. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, Super Pro. To the top of the lanes for pairing. First call, Super Pro. Top of the lanes for pairing. First call, no E open bike. Lane 6, please. First call, no E open bike. Lane 6, please. Junior Dragsters, you're in the hole. Junior Dragsters in the hole. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Need no E open bike to lane 6, please. No E open bike, lane 6, please. Junior dragsters, need you in lane 1, please. Junior dragster, lane 1. No E open bike, lane number 6, please. Last call, no E open bike, lane 6, please. No E open bike, lane 6. Junior dragster, lane 1. Junior dragster, lane 1. No E open bike, lane 6. Junior dragsters, lane 1. Next up is our Super Pro class. Jim Laughlin, left-hand side, dials are in 1040 in that 1978 Chevrolet. Right-hand side, out of Waterloo. Ray Thompson, dials in the dragster, 764. Winner, right side, Ray Thompson. 57 on the tree, double breakout, but Ray does just enough to move on to the next round of Super Pro. Next pair in Super Pro, Brian Romans, 815 to dial in, out of Marshall, Wisconsin. And in the right lane, Al Graham from Dundee, Iowa, in the red dragster, 758 the dial. Winner, right lane, Al Graham. 008 on the tree, goes 2 above on the big side. Al Graham moving on and Super Pro. Next pair and Super Pro. Left-hand side, Mike Fuller, 775, the dial-in, out of Robbins, Iowa. And out of Earlville, James Halverson, 739, the dial. Winner, right lane, James Halverson, 21 on the tree, 6 above on the, 5 above on the big end. James Halverson. Moving on. Michael Freeman did get a buy here at Albany, Iowa, or Illinois. 71 Duster, dials in 1012. Next division on track is our No E Open Bike. Dylan Tiedrick, right lane, across Wisconsin, piloting his 2008 Hayabusa, dials it in 909. Brian Moody, out of Cedar Rapids, dials his in 904. Dylan gets the win at the light. Right lane, green 49. Left lane, red 60. Dylan Tiedrick, moving on. A buy here for Todd Diedrich. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Need Pro ET to lanes 4 and 5. Pro ET, first call lanes 4 and 5. Quick 16. Need you in lanes 7 and 8. First call, quick 16, lanes 7 and 8. Also, first call, Sportsman. Sportsman to 2 and 3. First call, Sportsman 2 and 3. That's 3 different classes we're calling. Pro ET to 4 and 5. Quick 16, 7 and 8. Sportsman 2 and 3. Next division on track is our junior dragsters. Again, reminder, Pro ET 4 and 5, Quick 16, 7 and 8, Sportsman 2 and 3. We need you to report. Pro ET 4-5, Quick 16, 7-8, Sportsman 2 and 3. Junior Dragsters, right-hand side, Emma Lane, 807 out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. And out of Davenport, Sam Freeman, and left-hand side, 818. Sam's double stage first, waiting for Emma to come in. Bumping in. Winner, right lane, Emma Lane, 61 on the tree, goes 4 over on the big end. Winner, moving on to Junior Dragster, Emma Lane. Again, attention to pits, Pro ET, top of the lanes, 4 and 5. Quick 16, top of the lanes, 7 and 8. Sportsman, top of the lanes, 2 and 3. This is your second call. Pro ET, top of lanes 4 5. Quick 16, top of lanes 7 and 8. Sportsman, top of lanes 2 and 3. Bennett Meier, for Iowa. On a buy here, dials in 904. Next up in Junior Dragsters, in your quick performance left lane, out of Blairstown, Iowa, Lane Smith, dials it in, 1191. Right-hand side, Jackson Melchert, 791 out of Owatonna, Minnesota.
Winner, right lane, Jackson Melchert. 140 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end. Jackson Melchert, moving on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call. Last call for Pro ET, top of the lanes 4 and 5. Also, last call, quick 16, top of the lanes 7 and 8. And also, last call for Sportsman, top of lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits, it's attention in the pits. Street bike competitors, I need you in lane 6. Street bike competitors. First call, lane 6, please. Street bike. Here is our Pro ET Class semi-final. Left side, Jacob Shepard dials in 1078 out of Holman, Wisconsin, and piloting that 99 Firebird. Steve Roars 1060 in his 82 Camaro. Both away, clean and green. Winner, left side, Jacob Shepard. 40 on the tree. Goes one above on the big end. Unfortunately, Steve breaks out. Jacob Shepard going to the Pro ET final. And the second semifinal for Pro ET, Dan Steffens will get a bye here out of Shell, Iowa. Dials it in 895. Dan moving on to the finals.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Last call for street bike. Street bike, lane 6, please. Last call for street bike. Lane number 6, please. All right, Tri-State Raceway fans, quick 16 final. Pulling in the water box now. In the right lane, Tyler Stick, 748 the dial in out of Fruitland, Iowa. Left-hand side of the quick performance lane, Bill Black, 716 the dial out of Cedar Rapids. Pair of blue dragsters. Let's see who can get it done here in the final. Winner, right lane, Tyler Stick gets it done. 17 on the tree, 2000s over on the backside. Bill Black breaks out. Your quick 16 champion on Sunday, Tyler Stick. Next pair on track is our first sportsman semifinal. Dave Klein, that GTX left-hand side, dials in 1184 out of Durango. And out of Waterloo, Dan Balk, and that 1980, dials in 1285. Dave with the win on the tree. Green 57 takes out Dan's red 009. Dave Klein, moving on to your Sportsman Final. Next up, Sky Borschening has a 14-14 dial-in, is going to get a bye here into the Sportsman Final. Next onto the track is our street bike final. In the right lane, Randy Simecki out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin, dials in 11:55 on that 2006 Harley. And on that 08 Suzuki, Dylan Tiedrick, 907 dial in out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Who's going to take the street bike final? Winner, left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick. 45 on the tree, 3 over on the big end. Your street bike champion, Dylan Tiedrick. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Super Pro to the top of lanes 7 and 8 for pairing, please. First call, Super Pro, top of lanes 7 and 8 for pairing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 1, please. Junior dragster, lane 1, please. Junior dragster, lane 1.
Next up, left lane, Al Graham out of Dundee, Iowa, $7.58 the dial on that red dragster. Right hand side, Ray Thompson, $7.62 the dial out of Waterloo. Winner, Ray Thompson, right lane. 24 on the tree, 6,000 over on the big end. Ray Thompson, moving on to the finals. Next pair, in the right lane, James Halverson out of Earlville, 740 the dial in. In the left lane, Michael Freeman, 1011 the dial in out of Albany, Illinois. In that blue 1971 Duster. Michael is in pre-stage first, followed by James. Here goes Michael. James is in. Let's go. Winner, right-hand side, James Halverson getting it done. 95 on the tree. Goes 2 over on the big end at 182 mile an hour. James Halverson on to the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman final, please, to lanes 2. Sportsman final to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman final, lanes 2 and 3. Jacob Shepard, left-hand side. Dan Steffens, right-hand side. Your Pro ET final winner, Dan Steffens in the right lane. 61 on the tree, 1 above on the big side. Dan Steffens, your Pro ET champion this Sunday. Next up, final for No E Open Bike. Dylan Tiedrick, 906 the dial in out of La Crosse, Wisconsin on that 08 Hayabusa. In the right lane, Todd Tiedrick from La Crosse as well on his 03 Hayabusa, dialing in 918. Winner, left-hand side, Dylan Tiedrick. 81 on the tree. Goes 13 over on the big end. Todd got real squirrely in the first 60 feet. Couldn't quite get it together. Dylan is your No E Open Bike champion. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Sportsman final to lane 2 and 3. Sportsman final, lanes 2 and 3, please.
Next up, we have our junior dragsters. Left side, Emma Lane out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, dials in at 809. And on the right side, in the white, junior dragster, Ben Meier, dials it in 9 flat out of Walford. Winner, left-hand side, Emma Lane, getting it done. 36 on the tree, nails that dial in. Your champion, Emma Lane.
All right, Tri-State Raceway. Got injured's fired for our sportsman final. In the right lane, Sky Borsheding, 1410 the dial in out of Mabel, Minnesota, in that 2000 Mustang. And on the left side, piloting that 1968 blue GTX out of Durango, Iowa, Dave Klein, 1182 the dial. Dave's in first, Sky follows. Dave's all the way in, waiting for Sky. Bumps in. Winner, Dave Klein, left-hand side, double breakout. Dave does enough, 62 on the tree to win your Sportsman Championship this Sunday at Tri-State Raceway. This morning down the pits, me and Dave were just chit-chatting that it'd be nice to walk away with the Sportsman Trophy today, and look at that. It happened to him. Congrats, Dave. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Super Pro Final to lane 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Final into lane 7 and 8, please.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro Final. Need you in 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Final. Lanes 7 and 8, please.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, Super Pro. We need you in 7 and 8 now, please. Final call, Super Pro, 7 and 8. Junior Dragster final about to pull on track now.
In the quick performance left lane, Emma Lane pulls in out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. Dials in 807. Out of Owatonna, Minnesota, dialing in at 790, Jackson Melchert. Emma Lane, left lane. Jackson Melchert, right lane. Junior Dragster Trophy on the line. Your champion, Jackson Melchert. Junior Dragster hits the tree 106 green. Emma, unfortunately, a 002 red. Jackson Melchert, your Iowa State champion for Junior Dragster runoff. Now on track is your Super Pro Final. In your left-hand quick performance lane, Ray Thompson out of Waterloo, Iowa, dials her in 762. In the right way trailers right lane, James Halverson out of Earlville, 740 the dial here. Who is going to win the Iowa State Championships for Super Pro 2026? Winner right side, James Halverson takes it home. 12 on the tree. Goes 5 over on the big end to win your Super Pro Iowa State Championships 2026. Thank you, race fans. Get home safe. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. And don't forget, check some weather. We got some stuff moving in here shortly. My name is Daniel. Thank you again. Have a great night.